November 4. F was ill over the weekend, suffering from vomiting, abdominal pain, diarrhea, etc. The doctor said that the illness was due to a virus, and there's quite a lot going around. Somebody's setting up in competitions. November 10th. F must have a phenomenal tolerance to the compound, but he is still obstinately alive. If he survives the third week, he will live. This will be November 16th. F is now seriously ill. It's likely that he will die within a few days. It will be a merciful victim. It is better that he should die. From my point of view, his death will be a relief. It will remove one casualty from what is becoming a crowded field of battle. If I was to be detected, I should have to follow the maxim, those who live by the sword die by the sword. Dear sir, for some considerable time prior to my admittance here, I was an ardent student of both pharmacology and toxicology. However, due to the stresses and strains placed on me by my almost incessant studying of these subjects, I became the victim of a nervous breakdown, which necessitated my hospitalization here. Now, however, that my discharge is in the foreseeable future, I would be greatly obliged if you could inform me of certain obstacles to what was to have been my intended career. The offence with which I was initially charged was involving the misuse of certain highly toxic drugs. Am I liable to be refused university entrance in pharmacology? Hoping to hear from you soon. I remain yours faithfully, Graham Frederick Young. John Adams was a very interesting organisation. It was essentially about originally about 70 people in that first trial. It really specialised in interesting and selling equipment for Trojan analysis of mainly scientific and overall objective what was changed. It was proposed by the interested in intelligence and that just given an opportunity to come from communication and training centre. The reason that we understood it was at times the day before the arrival of the training centre looked to have the potential move point. The place that he bought on Great Cannon said this. This man has an above average intelligence. He is very conscientious of his work, able to work to instructions given to him, as well as on his own initiative. Seems to be about this cost. On this application, it's a brand new gap. But this stage, psychological properties of universities my mother died in very tragic circumstances whilst I was in my late teens. This caused me to have a mental breakdown, and I've been in hospital ever since. If you didn't expel psychological things, this capacity is still not achieved. So, as for trained researchers say, and very less consent, they did, and they say to me, basically typical training. This man suffered a deep-going personality disorder, which necessitated his hospitalization throughout the whole of his adolescence. He has, however, made an extremely full recovery and is now entirely fit for discharge. Dear Mr. Foster, I'm pleased to accept your offer and shall therefore report for work on Monday, May the 10th at 8:30 a.m. I take the opportunity to express my gratitude to you for offering me this position. I shall endeavour to justify your faith in me by performing my duties in an efficient and competent manner. Until Monday week, I am yours faithfully, Graham Young. Graham joined in May 1971, came in as a training storm, and was remarkable. But his function would have been to assist in the climbing parts of the airways and doors. He would also have been involved in the dispatch of initiative. He was always tidy on project, so most of the time kept himself to himself, but came across as being a bit oddball. But I knew that there were occasions when if you got him on particular subjects, he could be very verbal, and in doing that, he could articulate himself very well. He's 14 books on him, and he stole the virtues of him at certain terms, but on the subject. This obviously raised considerable outcries from people wanting to put these solutions and measures and raise through that. It was a very nice, wholly text. In fact, it was only the class that did a midday meal, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or following over 2 evenings. There was a man of great awareness and notable knowledge of local behaviour. I happened to be in the main administration building there at the time, and saw some of the example, and extraordinary story doors, very, very very valuable here in the last time to have been traumatic. Nobody was clear what it was, other than that it seemed to be spreading stuff, causing stuff, and cutting things. Some of them suffered hallucinations, palpitations, stomach sickness, their hair started to fall out, rash of promises, and polytillology caused to believe that the place was jinxed and that something horrendous was going on, but they didn't quite know what. And many of them actually started to hand in their resignations as a result. A lot of people were complaining of mild headaches, sickness, a lot of pain, tummy pains. There was a suggestion that he was a bug in the water. turned out the virus was Graham Young. Rob Eagle was the first one to citizens put into hospital. That was a worry, obviously. He was working at the time as a storeman. He'd been married to his wife for many, many years. He was coming back to his retirement. Bob was a London man. He had a very strong military background. He was quiet, unassuming, very pleasant, very happy. So when Bob died, there was a terrible sadness. Nobody knew the real reasons why Bob had gone. It was believed that it was some sort of virus that had Bob been gone. So volunteered to represent the workforce at the combination Mr. Foster. Graham expressed disquiet. He said it's a pity that Bob Dunkirk veteran, being through the horrors of war, for dying in the way he did. He'd rather have being ill for one reason or another, and it was very severe things. Fred Briggs was taken ill soon afterwards, and he also suffered dreadful symptoms. Bob Eagle died in the summer of 1944, and then Fred Briggs died in November. And now members of the Hadlin workforce were getting very fearful. Two men who died, they were said to be dying from the fingertips and the toes upwards. They went very numb in their fingers, toes, and legs, had dreadful cramps and pains in their head. The doctor who worked with the company told them that they were working through the options, what could be causing the series of illnesses and now two deaths. And at that point, Graham speaks up and starts remonstrating with him and asking a lot of questions. What are the similarities between the deaths of these two individuals? Could the men who've been very ill be suffering from thallium poisoning? The meeting concluded, and the rest of us went off to this dinner. In the meantime, the doctor had obviously got to talk to the management. He said, who is this man? So then, he's trained storm. The doctor was somewhat surprised. Trained storm? There's the company doctor and John Hadlin, the company director, have a conversation and begin to realize that they need to know more about Graham. Who is he and where is he coming from? So they call him into the office and they ask him, and they're so demanding that eventually he drops the bombshell. Borough Hall. I've been ruled all. On the Monday, I turned up to work a little bit late. I was put in another 3 or 4 week cover, and it's down to an incident or something arrested. That's one of those moments when people's faces just go white. The real But his mother died when he was very young, and I think that probably had an impact on his psychology. Graham's mother died when he was very young, and I think it's had a massive impact on his life. I mean, anyone who loses a mother at a very young age is going to suffer from trauma that they're going to carry with them throughout the rest of their life. When we look at Graham Young's actual childhood, to me, it seems quite fragmented. I think it seems quite spread. Understandable. Graham at that time was living with his aunt, felt quite pushed out from that core family unit. He felt like he wasn't outside from the beginning. Sometimes children like that. You know that Graham would wet the bed until the age of 10. Graham also used to rock his bed. Point it to the school with the name on it. So, yeah, I just think as the years rolled on, he was quite apparent that she would get on better with. Initially, his relationship with his stepmother was apparently very good, but it quickly became, once he got a little bit older, also a rather fraught relationship. And he complained to friends that she treated him very badly, destroyed his belongings for that good reason, locked him out of the house to prevent him from snacking while his father was out at work. Noticeably a very manipulative character. He was an introvert. He was capable of influence, but his general demeanour at school was a person that was sullen, rose very much in his own world. It was at secondary school that I became friends with Graham Young. We had a little bunch of friends. We used to just have smoking on the corner of the school. And we all gelled as we were all a bit like that, a bit different to the other kids. He started wearing rather peculiar clothes. He used to start coming in a black overcoat, black breast, black leather gloves, and no boots. Apparently, it was actually hip that he was obsessed with. Idolized adult Hitler. It's very much into Nazi culture. Following the actual war, Hitler style stuff. He used to carry around in his pocket of his overcoat, quite heavy. I think Graham's selection of the material at a very young age, biographies of life, Oliver Cromwell, James Marlowe, of course, he was a great attractive. He was also still using various contexts. All boys have their heroes. Graham Young's hero is Dr. Crippen, a notorious prisoner, 20th century. But he was also interested in William Palmer, who was a noted prisoner from Graham. Palmer and Crippen were idols, icons. Graham's stepmother, Molly, showed concern about his reading habits when he was very young. But when she discussed it with the librarian, she reassured her by saying that developing enough knowledge about the ways that these poisons work and the appropriate dosages that he was in a position to start putting his plans into action and actually using the chemicals.
There are many branches in study, and for a young man or woman, they offer opportunities undreamed of even 50 years ago.
The small chemistries in this true chemistry set is just an experiment. I think he was born with a genius or a disability. I had a common interest with him because I was not good at anything much apart from science. We did do experiments, with my chemistry set. His interests were to do with heavy metals. One of them I can remember was thallium. He was known as the Mac Professor because he always talked about scientific matters. His television was an encore. We'd go out in the local area walking around, we'd knock on people's doors. If they were nice to us, then nothing would happen. If they were nasty, I said to them, what do you want me for? Go away. We'd go back there later. He used to go in the garden, and a lot of these houses had sunflowers. He used to inject the stems of the sunflowers with a hypodermic syringe. You could see them through. He started experimenting on the cat, and so frogs and other creatures. He moved on to human beings after that.
Graham was a little bit of a loner at school. He did have a few school friends, including a boy called Christopher John Williams. In early 1961, he starts to experiment with antimony on Chris, and I would say that that's because he's successful. So he can poison Chris by doctoring food at school.
Pure antimony by itself is still very white metal that you can find in nature mixed with other metals, but it's present in other compounds like tartrate, which is also known as tartaric acid. A dose of that would cause vomiting, tummy ache, stomach cramps, diarrhea. With continuous exposure, the symptoms may get worse and more deadly, and almost death. It really depends on how long the exposure.
I gave him 2 or 3 grades at school. I can't remember how I forced him to take it. I think it was probably on a cream biscuit or a cake. He was sick after taking it. I gave him a second dose in May in the same way, and in the following month I gave him another 2 doses. Always 2 or 3 grains on at school. A grain is an old-style pharmaceutical measurement, which is equivalent to about 65 milligrams.
Very people offend using such a method. But one of the things we know about people who poison, they poison those close to them. First of all, they like to watch the effects and what's going to happen when they've administered that poison. And that's part of the pleasure, is to actually see how the poison that they have administered is causing pain to this particular victim. So it's very obvious that he picks victims close to him so he can stay within their proximity and make something.
He used to bring in a bag of fairy things. He would offer these things around, and most of the friends used to stack them up and eat them. One day I wasn't particularly hungry. I said to Graham, "You want things?" and starving in a sinister voice, but not good. And he was obviously dishing out poison.
Once Chris starts becoming so ill that he has to take time off school, it becomes harder for Graham to do what he really wants to do, which is to continue poisoning, but from a position where he can observe the effects on the victim.
But that's
started experimenting at home, putting sometimes one, sometimes three grains on prepared food, which my mother, father, and sister ate. I must have eaten some of this poisoned food occasionally because I became sick as well. I know after eating these prepared foods, my family were all sick. My mother went to the doctor about her sickness.
Graham was his sister's friend. She sensed there was a bitterness on the taste of it. Didn't drink it all, in fact. And then on the way to work, she started suffering hallucinations. On the bus, as a result of that, she was taken to hospital.
Graham poisoned his sister with belladonna, flower, called nightshade. It has a long history of being used as medicine in low doses, as a poison in higher doses. It was used in Renaissance to dilate people on the ladies. Very beautiful. It has very bad side effects. The most notorious one is hallucination and delirium.
Graham was really very enterprising when it came to obtaining poison. He seems to have begun by going around various chemist shops in the neighborhood and rummaging through their bins and taking whatever bottles and boxes of poisons and potions that he could find, including ether. Then he began using his pocket money and going in and legitimately buying chemicals and poison. He used fake names, including M.E. Evans and also Polly, which is clearly a reference to Dr. Crippen. And the interesting thing is he went to the local chemist, Edgar Davis, and they didn't realize that he was still a child. They thought he was the appropriate age, at least 17, to be able to buy the poison. And because he had so much chemical knowledge, they assumed he was a student and therefore there to purchase poison legitimately.
One of the people that's fascinating in the chemistry was the people around him that really ill. And on the other hand, nobody suspected somebody, especially before that done, control
Poison is your choice of weapon is invisible. You can't see it. He's not carrying around a knife, he's not carrying around a gun. And so he can be quite clever, quite cute about how and when he uses his poison. And I think it enabled him the freedom to poison people at certain times, stop, allow things to settle down, and then start again with another victim. His stepmother for the brunt, because she of course replaced his mother in the home.
Graham was regularly dosing Molly with tartary emetic, which is antimony, and that is going to cause diarrhea, vomiting. But with the long-term use, it led her to lose a great deal of weight, about 4 stone within 2 months' time, and to become very weak and start losing her hair. So much so that she wanted to stop work. And at that point, she was at home far more frequently with Graham, and he started to look after her as a kind of carer. He would go to the chemist shop to get her medication. He would bring cups of tea to her. But of course, all the time, he was dosing her to watch the effects. And eventually, she began to become extremely sick.
With those poison, they often take a really keen interest in what's happening to the victim. They often start to play nurse, and they become this kind of caring personality. It's all part of this control, getting pleasure really from watching someone in such pain.
Since the beginning of this year, I have on occasion put antimony tartrate solution and powder on foods at home, which both my mother and father have taken. They have become ill as a result of it. My mother lost weight all the time through it. I stopped giving it to her about regular
You think about if you go to a GP or a hospital with vomiting and diarrhea, the first question is not going to be, oh, from poison, antimony. You're going to think, stomach flu, food poisoning. So unless you knew specifically what you were looking for, you know whether problem.
Not only was Graham regularly dosing Molly, but she was also suffering from the after effects of a rather serious bus accident where she was thrown out of her seat so that her head hit the ceiling of the bus, causing neck problems. So she suffered with all of that for months until finally Graham seems to have decided to try a different
very small amounts, they have very serious effects, and the symptoms are not specific enough that not safe about poisoning these problems.
Graham realized that he had the power of life and death in his people. He poisoned Chris Williams for a period of weeks until he had to stop, but he had that boy's health in his hands. He poisoned Molly for months and constantly had her healthy well-being in his hands. And then at Easter, he made the decision that he would kill her. He dosed her with the enormous dose of 20 grains of thallium. So if you do the math, 20 grains of thallium is just over a gram, which in modern terms is going to be quite a large quantity that you could easily see if you had it in a spoon. But he managed to hide it in her food, and that was a killing dose.
Dying from thallium poisoning is a very painful death. The way that it occurs can progress into the body as being described as burning, pain, needles. It's quite horrifying. And not just painful, but also slow. So that would have taken a while to calmly expect resolution finally to favor.
When Molly died in April 1962, Graham's reaction was one of deep sorrow. He cried a lot. He stuck very close to his father for the whole week. He went into Molly's bedroom and played her music box, crying. When his father went to make the funeral arrangements, Graham went with him. But interestingly, it was Graham who suggested that Molly's body ought to be cremated. And that is indeed what happened. She was cremated and her ashes were scattered at Bowler's Green. And of course, that was perfect for Graham because it meant that there could be no traces left of his crime.
Cause of death was attributed to an accident which involved him sometime earlier in the bus.
Graham actually went to collect the body's desk, but he wondered whether it would end up lying into the water. So that's what people called chiseling, or I guess it's called.
Each new chemical experiment is a further step in learning to apply chemistry to practical problems.
Body's death didn't deter Graham. If anything, he would have emboldened him to carry on with the cargo.
Graham's father went into hospital soon after Molly's funeral, and was desperate, suffering terrible sickness, as I recall, and various other horrendous symptoms of poison. That's the point at which he became very suspicious about Graham, and stopped him visiting the hospital.
By May 1962, Graham's science teacher was beginning to realize that the illnesses amongst Graham's friends, the reason for his death in Graham's family, in fact, his father had been admitted to hospital, suffering from gastrointestinal problems. All of this was rather suspicious. So one day after school, he looked inside Graham's desk and discovered poison, and that led him to be deeply suspicious. So at that point, he goes to the headmaster, and between them, they decide that they need to contact the authorities. So the very next day, a child guidance counselor, a psychologist who was working with the police, had an interview with Graham. They told him it was a career guidance interview, and during the course of this discussion, the psychologist realized that Graham's interest in poisons was such that it was just a little bit suspicious, and they thought that there's a link here between this boy whose interest in poisoning, the death of his stepmother, the illness of his father. That very day, the police detective went to the house to talk to Graham. The detective arrested Graham on suspicion of having poisoned his sister. And this was very, very shocking. A child of this age to be actually under arrest by the police, brought in for formal questioning, is very unusual.
He openly admitted that his poison was friend, his own sister, and his own father. It feels like he even
all along, but I couldn't stop.
For him, watching poison act on other human beings was like a drug. It was an obsession, something that he really couldn't do without. It gave him a sense of power and control, which he actually admitted to, that it was the power that he was really obsessed with.
When the drug wears off, he wants that pleasant feeling again, but he finds he has to keep increasing the dose. The more he uses, the more he needs to get that same feeling of well-being.
During the course of the police interview, Graham finally revealed that he had a large collection of poison. He had his own chemistry set, which was a gift from his father, in his room. He had some other poisons that he managed to procure and buy, but he also revealed to detectives that he had quite a large stash of poison kept in a hut near a local reservoir. And not only that, he kept other stashes of poison in a hedge. So he had at least 3 different locations where he kept his large collection of poison. And of course, we ought not to forget that this is a boy of only 14 years of age. He's like an evil genius. He's actually thinking ahead, thinking, well, what if somebody finds my stash here? Well, if I keep it here, that one perhaps will never be found. He's very clever. He thinks ahead. He's always really got an eye on what he wants, which is to have poison, to use poison to be able to exert their effect and not be suspected.
Ordinary storage is very important. Some products made in genuine. Others are highly inflammable. All must be cataloged efficiently and handled with care.
Graham was remanded in custody to a young offenders institution at Ashford in Middlesex. And of course, while he was there, he was interviewed by one of the prison medical officers, who later recalled that Graham said he was missing his activity. He was missing the sense of power that it gave him. And that clearly indicates that Graham was sort of suffering from withdrawal at that point. But the sense of power and control is like he had an addiction. His addiction was to poisoning other people. And when he was remanded in custody and unable to feed that addiction, he started to feel a bit edgy. It really started to affect him in a negative way.
We know that in the weeks leading up to his trial, Graham attempted suicide on 2 occasions. Once by poisoning himself, once by attempting to hang himself using a pie. But generally speaking, hanging and violent and is a very severe and effective method of suicide compared to, for example, poisoning an overdose. Graham doesn't strike me as an attention seeker in general, so I'm going to be right about the onset of this sort of withdrawal, slight isolated. The exception being he did ascertain time in his poison.
Graham was initially charged with having administered a noxious thing with intent to cause grievous bodily harm to his sister Lynn. And then over a week later, 2 additional charges of administering a noxious thing with intent to cause grievous bodily harm were laid against him with respect to his father and his girlfriend. Police and members of Graham's family had suspicions about the nature of Molly's death, but of course there was no evidence recalling him being cremated, so the plan had worked. He'd gotten away with murder.
Graham actually asked his sister to bring in etc. related to his trial, looking to show some evidence of naivety and obviously quite proud of his own work.
He was quite excited by his infamy, by his newfound notoriety. He clearly revelled in the fact that he was known to the members of the public now, that the news media were interested in what he was doing. This proud status, the status that he did have a child, helped him feel rooted, that he was important at something.
Deception, criminal court, but also Fancies, also 14.
we know exactly which substances we have, we can analyze them and find out the elements they contain.
Graham was assessed by 3 different psychiatrists within weeks of his admission to Broadmoor. 2 of them felt quite certain that he was suffering from some form of psychopathic disorder. The other, third, thought that it was some form of incipient schizophrenia. However, the fact that the 3 of them did not agree on the diagnosis suggests that Graham was a very, very complex case, and that the way forward with him might never have been entirely clear.
They accepted early in his thesis in 1960. He recently as the policy
I gave Molly 20 grains of Fancies the night before she died. I put it on a trifle. I knew she would die the next day because I gave her so much. And I gave Daddy antimony, a completely different poison. One stops the kidneys from working, that's antimony. The other disintegrates the bones. That's why they didn't find out.
All we know about Molly's death is what Graham has chosen to share with us, because there was no evidence other than what he told his family.
The officers and the inmates became paranoid about Graham's presence in the institution. They were particularly concerned when he was out in the grounds. Because at the time, there were many laurel bushes.
Laurel is a very common decorative plant that contains in the leaves and in the seeds cyanide. So with access to the right equipment, you could have been very easily distilled into what is called laurel water.
In August 1962, a fellow patient was found to have died from the effects of cyanide, but there was no evidence. Graham Young had actually distilled this poison, and the final decision was that this patient had died from suicide. But with hindsight, I think we have to have a little bit of suspicion that Graham may have been something to do with this.
The officer inside disclosed that people have become ill since Graham was admitted, and it was later discovered that he actually poisoned tea. There was also a suggestion that he poisoned one of his fellow inmates because he'd been snoring a lot, keeping Graham awake.
The sight, sound, and the pain it gave them. You might say it was a sexual pleasure.
For him, it was all about power. And he actually was quite turned on in some ways by having that level of control over someone's life and potential death. And for him, it was about how far he could push it.
Dear Chris, I hope that you are keeping well. Just a few lines to let you know how I'm getting on. It's not too bad a place here. The food is pretty good and there are things to occupy me some of the time. There's television to watch at night and the wireless to listen to during the day. There's also billiards, snooker, etc. How are things with you? I get occasional reports about you from my spies.
When he was in Broadmoor, Graham wrote to his friend Chris Williams, whom he'd been poisoning not very long earlier, and behaved as though there was really no problem. It sort of gives us a few insights into Graham's mind, really into the mind of a psychopath. Because, again, it seems like he's trying to exert control, but from distance, keeping Chris close by writing to him, and not ever really acknowledging that he's caused this boy harm.
There's no indication of apology or any kind of remorse. And I think that shows us Graham's mindset. So not only was he so indifferent and lacking any kind of regret in action, it was like he struggled to understand what the implication is of getting for the social system.
Graham first attempted to get parole in 1965, but the members of his family told the psychiatrist that they would not accept to have him come home to live with them. And Graham, at the same time, did not was behaving in a way that led psychiatrists to believe that he was ready for release. The thing about psychopathy is that, and Graham had already shown this, psychopaths tend to be very clever, and they're also able to learn from their environment and to take cues. So we began to watch the other patient and just to learn and figure out what do I need to do in order to be released. And when he started to behave in a way that showed the psychiatrist that he was apparently turning a corner and heading toward the cure, that meant that he could see light at the end of the tunnel.
My dearest Win, many apologies from your wicked, neglectful brother for failing to write to you for such an unconscionably long time. I have, however, some good news to report to you. I had an interview with the estimable Edgar last Friday, and he told me whether or not a formal recommendation had yet gone in. I've had several conversations with the Home Office about you, and I've got this news at the end. He also said, I'm going to discharge you in the latter half of this year. As you see from my quote, the plot is now almost boiling.
What some level all for this change would take a corporate sense.
He's thinking of himself as this sort of anti-hero that's going to come back out of prison and continue on his quest, to right wrongs of his childhood. Being different was actually a form of power.
Just think, Will, another few months and your friendly neighborhood Frankenstein will be at liberty.
Does he mean Dr. Victor Frankenstein, or is he referring to Frankenstein's monster? I would say that he's referring to Dr. Victor Frankenstein, the evil genius who is a scientist doing research, doing science from motives that he thinks of as pure. So one suspects that Graham was really desperate to get back out into the world and really start experimenting again with poison.
Seems to got on reasonably well still in but his sense God can kill one person from every perspective. So he stated that categorically to a nurse, in spite of the he was released, having originally been given a 15-year term for his release after all. His doctor detailed that he should be released. Subsequently, what he did was again, continued that to be the case indeed was very listening to the general. Warnall is a hospital, it's not prison, and everything there is true. So if Graham wasn't displaying things like aggression or anger or not really particular reason to keep him there longer.
Graham is released. By all accounts, or by his account, he had no intentions of going back to his bad habits, but he happened to be drinking in a pub outdoors one day, and a number 8 bus passed him. He was in London, and he instantly was brought back to his childhood neighborhood because he knew the number 8 bus would go past the chemist, Edgar Davidson, where he'd been buying poison in the early 1960s. And that apparently seems to have acted as a trigger. Clearly he'd been thinking about it throughout his time in Brooklyn. He learned to control and manage his instincts and to hide them from the psychiatrist entirely, or he wouldn't have been released. He wanted to be a famous poisoner, and he couldn't really help himself. He had an addiction. Graham now was addicted to poison.
In a profession where the health of a nation and human life is concerned, there can be no margin for error.
Having left Broadway, Graham initially went to his sister at the who showed tremendous understanding and knew the fact that she was one of his other victims. And then he found lodgings in Still.
He applied for and got a job working in the stores for a photographic supply company called Hadlin in Bovingdon in Hertfordshire, a job for which he was well suited.
I have privately studied chemistry, organic and inorganic pharmacology, and toxicology over the past 10 years, and have, therefore, some knowledge of photographic chemicals.
Graham applying for a job in a company like this is like a kid applying for a job in a food shop. Absolutely perfect for a man like him.
the old drilling gun that my old like metal gun, and they'd hung out on my side of the ribs, and they were grabbing hold of what's inside and just squeezing and twisting like that. And that's not what they were like. It is human life with which he is dealing, the most precious commodity of all.
They searched his flat bedsit and found a diary that he'd been keeping. He began keeping this thing on the 12th of October, and the last entry was the 17th of November, 2 days before Frederick died. And this thing was a revelation because they could see that all of his colleagues at Hadley were referred to using just their initials. So J for Jethro Bass.
October 21st, Jay has also worsened. His symptoms have developed more slowly, but he is now experiencing severe pains in the feet and legs, causing difficulty in walking and further pain in the stomach, back, and chest. I feel rather ashamed of my action in harming Jeff. I think he's a really nice fellow, the nearest thing to a friend that I have at Hadley. I hope, though I have no faith in it, that he will soon recover.
They were quite explicit in the fact that he had initials for whoever people he poisoned, but then he'd obviously seen the reaction that his poison had given, and made remarks about he needs to give them more because the reaction wasn't enough.
Jay has developed severe alopecia and has lost weight. The hospital is rechecking all the tests previously made, and yet they do not suspect an unnatural cause. Whether or not their tests will prove negative depends upon a number of factors. The situation is fraught with danger and uncertainty, and I must watch the situation extremely closely. If it seems inevitable that I shall be detected, then I shall have to destroy myself. There is no alternative.
He suggests that if Mission starts to address itself to him, he might have to commit suicide, although how serious he ever was about that is unknown. But it's very clear that he's making notations as he's carrying out scientific experiments on a large number of his colleagues.
It was a chilling document. On one
under my direction, hastily swallowed. The bottle being returned to me on the ground entirely logical that the nurses may otherwise discover the breach of hospital discipline. A precedent having been thus established, I would upon my second visit have produced an identical miniature to be conceived in like manner. The latter, however, would have been previously doctored, and would within 48 hours have brought about a deterioration of Dean's condition, which within a week would have terminated his death.
He said in the diary that he was going to come and visit me in hospital and chat with me and medical. And give me another dose. I said, yeah. Because I hadn't taken all of the original dose because I don't have sugar in tea. I could see that I was getting the sugar, which is the reason I never took it. And that's the only reason which I got
October 31st. Dean, though he is now discharged from hospital, is still unwell, but he did not expect to see him for some time. His illness was finally diagnosed as an unidentified virus.
The diary gives us as much information as we're ever likely to have about Graham Young's actual motives. One of the most distinctive aspects of Sally's poisoning is the complete loss of hair. And when his victims started to show signs of alopecia, Graham began to think, I need to kill them quickly so that the alopecia doesn't sort of move to completeness, because that might lead the doctor to suspect that it's Sally and there's not this loving blood.
November 1st. A new development. Dean has relapsed and been readmitted to hospital. A fresh and, to me, disturbing symptoms appeared. He has commenced to lose hair, which, though at present only slight, is likely to progress to alopecia entirely.
He's kind of challenging himself to see how long he can continue poisoning his man. How big would the dose be, but yet not kill him? What would the cumulative effect be? You can see that Graham's behavior is both potential murder, but also as a scientist deeply interested in the scientific effects of his actions with this particular poison.
November 3rd. Disturbing event. Apparently, Dean's hair loss was almost total, and the hospital authorities advanced the view that Dean's illness may be due to some kind of poisoning. This is a very dangerous path for them to explore. Guy irritated me intensely yesterday. I only gave her permission to shake her up, though I now regret I didn't give her a larger dose, capable of laying her up for a few days. Very
Most basic critical toxicology is the dosing. What it means is that with high enough amounts of everything, that's how medicine works. If you take one tablet of a medicine, it does the exact that it's supposed to. If you take a whole pack, you'll have very bad effects. The same thing happens with poison. That's why they use medicine because they lost has very small dose incline, higher dose.
So there's really no interest or care for how the victim feels. But he's not doing it specifically because he's insane, or at least he would say that's not reason. It's because he wants to see how the poison works, and he enjoys the power that it gives him. So the power of life and death, deciding who will live, who will die, how long, and so yes, there's always signal in it, but from his perspective, he's fine.
November 1st. I can as yet report little of F. He does not at work today, and his wife telephoned to say that he has caught a bug and that she's taking him to the doctor. As the dosage devices and the separate quantities spanning a period of 24 hours, the onset was likely to have been less dramatic, but a quite sudden deterioration is to be expected, leading to paralysis, organic brain disease, and death within a week. Usually the most what transpires.
Very technical in what he's writing, it's very cold, very short sentences. I think he's writing almost as a textbook handbook for himself or for others, if they want to replicate this behavior in the future.
November 3rd. F is no better. Apparently his symptoms are at present principally gastrointestinal. They should extend to include neurological symptoms within a very short time now. Such symptoms normally develop within 4 or 5 days from the onset of gastroenteritis. Apparently believes the illness is identical to an outbreak of vomiting and diarrhea, which is present in the area.
Brain was very critical in the way of preparing for the victim, course of action that they were taking. Again, this really just shows kind of snobbishness for those experts, that he thinks that he knows better. Because of course, by this time, he is a specialist, he is an expert in administering poison, but he probably has more knowledge than the professionals do themselves in this particular area.
November 17th. I'm most annoyed. The latest news from the hospital is they think F is beginning to respond to treatment. Of course, they're not yet certain and a relapse is quite on the cards, but it is still extremely annoying. Finding far too long for my peace of mind. It's imperative that he passes on before total alopecia sets in. There is little of interest other than this. I hope that my next entry records the fulfillment of my wishes, or at the very least, a sharp decline in F's condition.
Alan's living in a complex toxicity. Within the first few hours, he went on specific symptoms like vomiting, diarrhea, and on ground. After 2 to 5 days, we start getting more serious symptoms, and that's when extremities start being affected. So, you start getting tingling, you start getting pain, you start getting your balance affected, after 2 weeks, the motor control progressively gets worse, so it affects your whole body, motor control your heart, your lungs, and that's really completely. It is very horrible and full on without something that feels right away. So it'll be a few weeks of getting progressively worse and people not being able to identify what's wrong.
Care and proficiency are demanded by the very nature of his work, by the knowledge that in his hands is the balance between sickness and health, sometimes between life and death.
I was such a with his ego. very calm, really. She's accepted the fact that he's died. So it wasn't as difficult as it might have been. I was able to get the statement and to get permission from her to reveal his ashes. Luckily, they were not being spread.
For the first time in British history, evidence is based on traces of poison found in their ashes, and it's the first time ever such a thing done.
It is absolutely fair to say that had his ashes actually been scattered following his funeral, his murder would not have been detected exactly as Molly's murder was never properly detected.
I went to see Fred Biggs' wife to get his statement from her, which covered all his illnesses from the time he dated his babysitter.
Fred Biggs' family were told that they couldn't bury him yet because of the ongoing investigation. Of course, he was subject to an autopsy, and when they examined his internal organs and subject them to something called analysis, thallium is detected.
They were definitely bacteria DNA.
Normally I wouldn't remember who I met for the first time 52 years ago, but obviously Graham Young made quite an impact on me. He was sitting in what was quite a small cell at the hospital police station. He was extremely polite. He was a small man, sharpish features, very similar to the photograph which he wanted published because he thought it made him look evil. But the fact of the matter is he actually looked like that all the time. I'll tell you about the two deaths and about the sickness of the other two. I cannot tell you the age difference. The whole story is too terrible. You'll be disgusted and amazed.
His interview, he was really trying to claim the fact that his knowledge of the business was essentially none of us
Graham was in his element. He was cocky, he was proud, he wanted to explain to the police the effects of being poisoned, and he wanted someone who would listen. And that's interesting, very interesting, because it was not his achievements, and he wanted to share them. Probably he wanted to just show off a little bit.
he might have tried to educate policies and their effects, he said.
In questioning Graham, the police had noted that his diary referred to having experienced two previously fatal cases.
The case interests me critically, as it affords me an opportunity to observe the effects of a sublethal dosage. My previous experience of the drug has been only at lethal doses, which in both instances led to rapid deterioration and death.
At the point at which this entry in the diary was made, only 12 people had died. So the police were wondering who could be other victims. And Graham confessed it. He killed my stepmother.
I killed her with thallium in 1952.
For whatever reason thereafter, it was not my intention. It was decided not to pursue. It was charged, I would say, personally, and subsequently, the landing department, to get that was found. Then takes a judgment and is charged to get the sentences ministry policy to other.
Although the charges were quite complicated and obviously very, very serious, Graham Young understood exactly what he was charged with. He totally understood the level of evidence that had to be handled. He had to be handled beyond reasonable doubt. And even more so, he understood the technical side of the trial. By that I mean, of course, the scientific evidence, chemical evidence, and the details of the findings of the poisons in either the bodies or the ashes of the individuals.
Do you feel any remorse?
No, Mr. Harvey, that's which is hypocritical. What I feel is the emptiness of my soul.
In many sense, if you were a chance things and you had to be returned to the magistrate's court every week to present yourselves, some young would be coming back into the taken by a person next to you. And always remember, when you come back after Christmas, said, "Oh, Graham, how did your Christmas go?" He would never give you a straight answer. Was having the answer to talk why did you say that? Let me put it this way. He's willing to tell you how to prejudice. And I'm still thinking about it.
It was my job to go and see Graham at Brixton Prison, and I used to do that, I would say, probably 2 or 3 times a month. One day, to my surprise, Graham produced a tube of sweets from his jacket pocket and offered me one. Now, this is an interesting situation for me. So I looked at it, thought this man's tried with poisoning his family and friends. And as I looked at it, he said, "Peter, what are you worried about? You don't think that I poisoned my daughter?" And I said, "Well, no, maybe not." And I think the only thing that makes sense here with my reaction is that I was nearly 22 at the time. I was a young macho man, and I wasn't going to have him have one over me. So I took the sweet, I ate it, I went home, and I stayed as close to his hotel as I possibly could for the next 48 hours. At present, I exist in a sort of limbo. My remarks having finished and the trial yet to come. I can imagine how anxious you are to see the whole thing finished. I, too, wish to see the end of this unfortunate episode. I trust that it will end in victory. The alternative will be the finish of me.
In the intervening decade since his first trial at the Old Bailey, Graham had learned a thing or two. In 1962, he pleaded guilty, and there was therefore very little publicity. In 1972, he deliberately pleaded not guilty, so that there would be a trial in open court, and of course, subject to a lot of journalistic interest.
I think they actually quite right. Something more arrogant than I think what
Maybe he was thinking that he wanted to go down in history just like his childhood idols, William Palmer and Dr. Crippen, both of whom still were talked about, really, even by members of the public. I think Graham wanted to be better known than they were, for everyone to know his name. That was his ultimate goal. He's reverting back to type. He's always wanted to be a famous poisoner, like a comic book villain, and he wants the world to know what he has achieved.
Make me so famous that I wind up in the chamber of horrors of Madame Tussauds. I want to go down in history as a really Graham Young's demeanor trial was interesting because he was confident throughout. He was confident because of his knowledge of the various issues involved. He was confident because of his knowledge of the products that he was supposed to poison people with. And I think, above all, he was confident because he was exactly where he wanted to be at that particular time. Central attention of a serious trial.
Graham's trial started in June 1972 at the Albans Crown Court, and the police felt quite certain that the diary was going to be foolproof evidence to convict the serial poisoner.
It is set out in diary form, but it is not a number of entries set out over a period of days or weeks. It's a document that was completed on one occasion. The diary, as it were, was the exposition of a theory, somewhat seriously held, a somewhat fanciful one, which I outlined in my own amusement, although that was a very apt word. The excuse he gave, authors,
doing work in the book, and he just knows his workmates just as possible victims in the book.
The illnesses were unusual in origin, and many of us were naturally concerned to know their cause. A number of things sprang to mind. One being virus infection. Something that also sprang to mind, well, to my mind at any rate, was the similarity of symptoms displayed by people at the firm, the symptoms of heavy metal poisoning. In consequence, I decided to elaborate my theory and suggest circumstances under which these things could have come about.
Without a doubt, this so-called diary wasn't a diary. It was all written on one day, and it was meant to be the beginning, the basis for working fiction. But chemists will be optimistic about it. For him, there is no stick or stone, but what may yield, under analysis and synthesis, the promise of some great sickness cured. The prosecution's case was that he had thoughtfully poisoned the purposes of poisoning individuals. Graham always said that he had the chemicals instead of that word rather than poisons with him as he carried out chemistry experiments, which, as we know, he's been doing right and wrong for many years. The most interesting part of the trial was when Graham Young was cross-examined by Mr. Leonard, who was the QC representative of the prosecution. And Graham did show off his intellect. He was actually quite right on anything the prosecuting barrister would be by asking the question something along the lines of, "Do you really believe that a serial poisoner would do such a thing?" Barrister said, "I don't know, I've never met a serial poisoner." Graham said, he bowed at him, and Mr. Leonard, obviously realizing that Graham had got the better of him, suddenly shuffled his papers, made some general remarks, and backed away from the lecture. An extraordinary experience. There's no doubt at all that Graham Young enjoyed his trial. It was generally a situation that almost his whole life had been leading up to, I suspect. Can you make it?
I think it's caught Graham is showcasing the classic sides of the psychopath. You know, he's arrogant, he's detached, he's enjoying his notoriety, he's feeling superior to others, you know, he's reveling in his type of attention, but he's also snobbish. You know, he believes he knows better. He believes he's above the law because until this point he has been above the law. So would this time be anything?
And so this afternoon, a quiet, intelligent, rather studious young man of 24 joined a short list of notorious British poisons through the agent. One can now add the name of the man who studied and idolized them all, Graham Young.
He was found guilty on 6 of those charges, and he was sentenced to life in prison.
So one of the main parts of the instructions to us was that in the event he was found guilty, obviously a custodial sentence was inevitable, that he would go to a normal prison, not be sent back to a mental hospital. When he got the verdict of a life sentence being committed to a normal prison, he was, strangely enough, extremely happy with that verdict. Bearing in mind that he'd been found guilty of exactly what he wanted. So maybe even at the end of the trial, he got his way.
I think the fact that Graham was very keen to go to prison after his sentence really highlights the fact that he was very, very keen to be an evil, you know, this criminal mastermind who, you know, was in full control, what he was very rational about that. And he didn't want to be seen as someone who was suffering from severe mental health problems, because then, of course, he labelled as sick and ill, crazy, when he wants to be fully in control of the situation. He wants to be sick everyone's one.
Because of the legal requirements, the normal history of the event trial itself is obviously prejudicial information, so the jury was completely ignored. Graham's past actually but at that particular point, it was announced that Graham Young not only had previous convictions for poisoning people, but also that he had been released from fraud after, I think,
less than 10 years in there, with the psychiatrist stating that he was no longer a risk. Obviously, this was going to cause major political clamour at this time.
Immediately after the case, the Home Secretary, Reginald Morton, instigated a review of the procedures for releasing prisoners from Broadmoor and other senior institutions. Reforms also included new measures regarding the sale of poisons in detention.
It seems like there's a catalogue of mistakes that occur that allows women to go on the second spree after he left Broadmoor. The most obvious one is a lack of communication. I think that the authorities should have had more of an effort to kind of communicate to let probation consistently, even his potential future employers know that that was his intention.
I think, in retrospect, that was the most staggering aspect of the case. That, first of all, that it being released should never have been released. Even his own father argued against his release. But nevertheless, the psychiatrists of Broadmoor insisted that he was perfectly safe. There wasn't even a pause, really, between his release from Broadmoor and his Bosley amenities, so he went straight back into it. It was perfectly natural for him to do that. I think that's really the one feature of the case that people were appalled at. And I think that's why the government of the day took it so seriously and instantly introduced reforms to make sure that such a thing never happened again.
Maybe 15 years after the trial, I went to Madame Tussauds with my children. I was in there looking around, and I suddenly found myself face to face with Graham Young, life size and in wax. I was totally shocked. I had no idea he was there. It wasn't somebody I'd expected to see there, and it was really a very, very strange experience.
The fact that he was there alongside people like Mark and Westwood, that might have appealed to him. I'm sure that gave him much pleasure.
They did know that this was the president.
A solution may be safe in a cylindrical vessel because of its shape, but in a spherical one, the result could be disastrous.
Graham Young died at the age of 42 of a heart attack whilst in Parkhurst prison. There are many thoughts that he, in fact, died of poison. So,
It's just possible that he either died in his own hands or was poisoned by his colleagues. I don't think there's any doubt that there will be a lot of disquiet in the prison about his presence.
Unfortunately, it does seem exceptionally young for them to have a heart attack unless they've got sort of cardiology. So if you do poison yourself, it almost seems like quite a fitting end to the story. It's almost like you go to get to the circle, and you manage to do it in prison. That's actually quite clever. It's quite achievable to be able to get all this, do it in a way that it wasn't protected people. Almost feels like one final achievement being able to outwit society. The hardest thing to understand about this whole experience, all the activities of Graham Young, what happened at home, and then later what happened at Haddon, Alderton, is exactly why all this was happening. Most people kill people or attempt to kill people because they hate them or in a major argument with them or think they've gone for their own financial benefit. But Graham Young's case was totally and utterly different to all of that. He wasn't, in essence, a scientist without any morals, without any sense of society or how to behave, but basically started poisoning people for one reason and one reason only: to see the effect of poison on the different doses of which had upon individual people.
You are suggesting I'm some kind of monster, a mass murderer who just poisons people regardless. This is not so. I suppose I was either an asshole or more correctly, half-mad.
He became really why he would have done. Normal scientists don't do that. They go back to work and they get going. He's a man with extremely dangerous. Anybody unlucky enough to be near him when he was at large was in a great deal of danger. I was lucky. I only ever met him once.
Had he not been caught, I think Graham would have kept going because he was obsessive about poisoning. I think that's what he did. Simply that's what he was all about. And I have no doubt at all that he would have probably hated to said he would when he went poisoning. Well, you can imagine the time when if you were having a cup of tea or something with Graham Young, you feel like having about it. generated horror and remorse in telling, exaggerated by ill-informed rumours of the threat to the town.
In the house, he found body parts pickled in jars, and the story went from there.
So growing up, I obviously heard the story, and as friends we all talked about it, but over time it kind of developed into kind of myth because it was all just swept as the one big, massive Welsh carpet. Nobody knew exactly what was true, what was not. Nobody was ever trying to sit down and figure out exactly what happened in the life of everywhere until now.
Kelwyn was a seaside resort. It was a close-knit rural Welsh community.
Lovely place to bring up the children. Kind of place you would go to bed at night and leave your doors open. There wasn't much crime at all back then. Maybe a drunk father driving home from work, or maybe a fight on the local square on a Saturday night. But when something serious did happen, there was only one man for the job. Detective Constable Wynne Robbins. Over the years, I don't know whether it was a sixth sense or what. I always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. I had a number of cases, one of which stands out from all the others. I think the person who comes out of this greatest credit is Detective Constable Wynne Roberts. He is one officer you wouldn't like to be interviewed by, shall we say, if you would have done wrong. His nickname we had the Wynne was Rubberneck. Because it might be common in that now.
Emma's downfall started with the
After Sally's withdrawal from the 100 meters.
some of them were awful, but a lot of them were quite amusing in a terrible way. You could say Emma was made to twinkle.
Me wondering what content
Anonymous letters which were received by various individuals. Towing area, Northern Ellan, Colwyn Bay. The first two that were received related to possible tax evasion. Another was on the personal character of the recipients. There were swear words and things that I would not repeat on the camera. Actually, well, the fucking arrow has spitball and gone there. So, translate that.
One day I received a letter, and it's very unpleasant letter through. And it was about a radio talk I gave. And something I said must have upset when it was. It had a threatening tone, and you could feel the poison. It was very nasty. My mother, who was a writer, was very upset that he decided the family as the best thing would be, and the promising to do was take the letter to the police and have them look into it.
One morning, Superintendent Davis called me to his office and asked me to collect these letters from the officers concerned and look into the matter. I initially examined the letters, and in each one was a very unique letter theme. This to me indicated that the author would have been educated in the 1920s or 30s, as I had visions of my grandparents writing, which was not dissimilar.
I am a pathologist, not a forensic scientist. So I'm not looking at it, I'm not examining the ink that was used, I'm not dating it, I'm looking at the personality of the writer behind the handwriting. The first thing that strikes me about these anonymous letters is there's obviously a very heavy pressure. So this person was under a lot of stress, and there's a lot of physicality there as well, which could mean a very strong sexuality there.
are indications here that he was very religious, or indeed he had very firm convictions. Quite often I can tell by looking at the handwriting if somebody is gay or not. It's not obvious, but there are other sexual things going on. The lower grade, if we look at the letter Y, is rather stunted compared to the rest of the handwriting. And the lower grade is to do with physicality, sexuality. I would say this man felt as though he was sexually inadequate. And may Hitler live evermore, and death by burning can reach the door. In fact, Hitler lives evermore is bigger than red. He's screaming out for attention that this is somebody who is obviously raving about something, but the style of the writing also suggests that he is emotionally out of control. All of the shape, all at the top, softer than it is from the main text. So maybe his state of mind actually was even more confused when he was different. So maybe he was actually more excited about doing it. Looking at this, I can see that he lifted his head several times on the page when he saw it. Is it because actually he was confused as to what it looked like, or is he in a confused state of mind when he actually wrote it?
Couldn't draw attention to himself because they were anonymous letters, but actually gave him some kind of a feeling of power. He was above them in a way. It's almost as if he saw himself as a father specifically, and almost a godlike character himself. So by writing something in the Bible, he was actually proving to the world that he was, in fact, God. One evening, I decided to go to see Mester of the Chapel be accepted to the fold. This father produced a New Testament. It took it from him and opened the front cover where there was an inscription accepting him into the chapel. The letter T leapt out of me. It was a eureka moment, and I knew immediately he was the Reverend Henry Rowan, a 62-year-old who lived alone in Tywyn. I knew he made inquiries about him, as I had no idea who he was, nor indeed of his appearance. I obtained his telephone number and made repeated calls to the house for coming days. With no reply. But on the 22nd of December, I remember it was a Saturday night, I phoned yet again. Hello, Tywyn 710-214?
Hello, is that Bill Jones?
No, is this the Reverend Owen?
Please accept my apologies. The wrong number.
Yeah. Thank you. I darted over to Tywyn. I picked up police officer BC Phil Edwards.
I was very young in service. Quieter, a lot quieter than I thought. But again, many people would be a lot quieter than they would. But I think because of seriousness of the allegations, they're quite more disorderly than usual.
Together, we went down to Milestone Close at the house of the Reverend Owen.
this police word for word, and it's like a script. It's genuinely like a script to a film.
Are you under Owen? Yes. The Reverend Emma Owen? Yes. And in front of me stood a man slightly over 5 foot tall.
And as soon as he saw Wynne, I could see him, the fear in his eyes.
Reference officers. I will come in.
What carry on?
In English, please. The Edward doesn't speak Welsh. Come in.
And this all happened in a very predominantly Welsh-speaking area. Even though Emmet and Wynne were first language Welsh speakers, what would usually happen in situations if there was a third person there who didn't speak Welsh, or if it was official police business, everyone would just speak English.
There's a flower. It's here.
It's really weird when two first language Welsh speakers have to speak English together. It's just weird.
Is your handwriting on the envelope? Yes. Why? Making inquiries. The sending of anonymous letters to various people around the area. What's that? I told him, would you have a look at the New Testament I produced already? The Testament handed to me by the farmer. Is this your handwriting on the cover? Yes, he replied. I told him, it is my belief that you are responsible for writing these letters, and I named a number of recipients. You are not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so. Whatever you say may be put in writing and given in evidence. His reply to that, good Lord, strike me dead. I have never written such letters. Never. You're a man of the cloth. You should know better than to say such things. God, strike me dead.
Wait till we have such a remark. Stand in front of the sofa so we can have the soft one.
Struck now. Reverend Owen, you are lying to me. No, I'm now in a position whereby I'm asking you why you wrote these letters, and not did you write them. Yes.
I wrote all those letters.
I can't tell you why. I was ill at the time. I wish I had a pound coin every time someone had told me they were ill at the time after being caught. I am now arresting you for threatening the life of. You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so. Whatever you say may be put in writing and given in evidence. Do you understand what I've just told you? Yes. Reverend Owen, are you a homosexual?
They turned up to ask him about some letters, then the next question is, are you a homosexual? What's it not to? It's 1984, it's not illegal. Where did that come from?
Yeah. Do you have any dirty books?
Then the next question is, do you have any dirty books? Well, again, do you have a warrant? How is this relevant to the letters? Where does this question come from? Where does this line of questioning come from?
Of the type I mean. Pornographic. Heavens no, nothing like that. Do you mind if I take a look about the house? Would you keep your books and your writing paper? I'll show you. Upstairs. Follow me, I'll take you up.
Why he searched the house? I mean, up to this point, all he knew was this is the man who wrote those letters. Now, they're horrible letters, but just letters nonetheless. So, yeah, why did he search the house?
I walked behind him up the stairs, and I noticed he had one yellow sock on one foot and a green one on the other. They reached the top of the steps. I asked him, what have you in the chapel books? And he said, other books I've collected over the years. my horror, I saw a human penis and scrotum.
This is big stuff. What's going on?
Take it hang. Looks lawful. As these sites come into opposition, and will carry out these postmortems. I told him I'd attended scores of postmortems over the years, never had received a pathologist sever the genitals from a body. And it's highly irregular that you should be in possession of such things. Postmortem. His hands and knees were literally shaking as he paced the 2 steps towards the door and the room back again, before blurting out, I cut them off. I asked him how on earth he knew that. And why did all this take place? Never going. Answered, in a chapel or burial, I used a knife. Bent down beside the bookcase and picked up the shoebox and handed it to me. Peered inside, find a lengthy roll, handcuffs, sushi knife, bread knife, screwdriver, razor, syringe, hair clippers, forceps, 2 pairs of dental tooth extractors, and nasal forceps. And now to the cabinet. Peasants when I found them, the books and the other things. So now put them in the boot of the car and take you to Belgium. Cards and presents to do. But tomorrow, I'm Christian in college in the morning.
Now, I do have a thing that's called some sweet spot, with all the craziness within this. This is the most well-slimed you will ever hear in your life. In all probability,
And in light of what we have found here, I don't think there's the slightest chance of him preaching in courts tomorrow morning. Accompanied by PC Edwards, I put the reverend boy in my car and drove them to the station. En route to the station, then going for Greenwell. Turns out when it got home, I devised a reality design. So if you got any blues for the benefit that you can get work, so the not to well. This is a person on my shoulder. It's not at all over. I don't know what I will think. They stopped before anything was. The police knew very little about Emerald in just his public face, the minister, respectable. But when I started researching, the first thing I received more or less were the psychological reports, and they were fascinating and sad, complicated, and there's a lot more to learn about Emerald. This report is based upon 2 lengthy interviews. H.M. Romancer and Surgery. culture and religion, he always wanted to be a minister. I understand this church is now known as the Presbyterian Church in Wales, but the mere use of the word Calvin suggests to me that the theological training of his pastors was based on the teaching of John Calvin, that is to say, the doctrine of original sin, the doctrine of predestination, and the genuine existence of Satan. I'm sure he believed that, at any rate, that he was amongst the condemned, that he was going to be going to everlasting perdition, and the fact that his father was killed in a fire, in an accident which involved a fire, I think can only have added to that. It must have been an awful concoction going on in his head as a young man growing up.
Io vi non vorrei dire però mi distingo che there on it. Boy, the need to see the children have your way. I think I'm with the house in our guys. This one is Australia is going to be control. The Gabriela and that was in the qualified or not. And they never went on to the Italy. But if I keep it, if I'm not naive, she just speaks power of it now.
During his medical report, Emmett states that it was poverty that pushed his father to move to Australia when Emmett is only 4 years old. And the original plan was that his father would go out first and settle there, and then that his mother and Emmett would join afterwards.
Well, all I can remember is seeing Emmett and his mother walking along the street together, arm in arm. It struck me at the time as a very strange thing to happen. Perhaps the young man didn't walk with another along the street, let alone arm in arm.
So, alla fine l'ho fatto. Nessuno vuole stato del nostro io. Perché cala. Pensavo di solo come si dice, un po' che ma via li ho un help ma lo negative file.
I think everyone, although the generations before me, he and I probably have very similar upbringing. We grew up in Welsh community. The chapel was very important. The chapel was Presbyterian Church of Wales, which is actually a form of Methodism that's influenced by Calvin. And so my theological upbringing, like then, was fairly fundamentalist, evangelical, but great emphasis on sin, great emphasis on you are either good or you are bad.
The old way of life was still very evident, still very much dominated, I suppose, by this ultimately very Calvinist form of Christianity with its emphasis on original sin. Sermons that would certainly be very long would often be very terrifying. So I think for a young gay man, it would have been a very difficult environment indeed. He would have had no way of understanding his sexuality in the context of that place at that time, and it cannot have been easy for him.
Naming what you think you are or what you believe you are is very important, because if you are handle and trying to understand it. And one of the things I found very interesting was that in the Welsh language, I didn't have any language to talk about my experience about being gay. And I think the generation before as well, homosexuality was much more hidden. It had to be much more hidden because it was against the law. By 1967, the laws had been relaxed, but people were at least talking about it. And perhaps in Emma's time, those conversations were able to happen. And there were generational differences between Emma and I, but I think that there was a huge similarity as well.
He described no close relationships with others, including his mother. His main memory of his father came from his mother's description of his painful and sudden death.
So if we were to assess Emma's today, the both assessments would closely measure what asked was positive, like I had no control over it. Put his hands between his last into my head, which whispered, how many times have you done this? 3 times? Only 3 times. You've been to my house and you found the slides. Together there's 3 bodies that I've done.
I said, can you think of anything that may have sparked you off into acting in the way you have done? Surprisingly, he said, I worked for a while in the Oakley Quarry as played a Virginia before going into the ministry. The men then pulled down my trousers at lunchtime.
Universe considers the scientists men digging a hole, or the hole itself for that matter. Well, here in the shadow of Snowdon is one 1,400 feet deep. But no ordinary hole, this is the world's largest lake pocket.
This report is based upon 2 lengthy interviews with the defendant at HM Remand Centre, Bristol. He states that whilst working at the quarry, there were episodes of mutual masturbation between himself and others, and he first became aware at about this time that he might have homosexual views.
Suppose during this period, if he were to act on those leanings under the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1885, the Act things sent Oscar Wilde to prison, he would be breaking the law. Whilst working at the quarry, he was a little teasing about his short stature, immature appearance, and what seemed to be an initiation rite for all new employees, the pulling down of trousers and fondling of genitals like clothing. During my research, I've never come across any evidence that suggests that this was a practice of any sort in any of the slave quarries of North Wales.
In the reports I got described, we learn about Summers and his early childhood experiences. So interestingly, in this assessment he described his childhood as a moderately happy one, having an average number of friends and a passing popularity.
During his psychological report, Emmett describes himself as a mystic, that he never truly fitted in with his peers or his co-workers.
And there is so motivated, that is the way that he comes across to people, that his account naturally varies from one person to another. It is difficult to give a detailed chronological account of the Reverend Owen's homosexual development, because his account is fluctuating and at times contradictory, evasive. His story changes with tenor, new material emerging and earlier material being denied. He gives different accounts to different interviews. He is rather like a chameleon.
And then by throwing this accusation of the ritual masturbation or the initiation ceremony, is he in some way seeking revenge maybe on the type of people in the community that never truly accepted him?
Another episode which the Reverend Owen remembers and is probably of reference was when he failed his medical to the army, being described as not having the body of a man. He referenced the size of his genitals.
The fact that he was turned down for national service during the war, I'm sure, affected him as well, because it, I suspect, caused him to question his manliness and the way that he associated that with his sexuality. His interest in physically being strong men, I think, is a factor here as well, that I'm sure he felt he didn't live up to that particular ideal of male beauty, and that would have perhaps caused him to question himself even further.
A single child brought up in a small town with a father owned by 2 religious women who treated him and had expectations of him different from his peers must have some values.
So something that's evident in the witness statement was provided by the police is Emma's sensitivity to how the police were making sense of his behaviour. And we've just got some circumstantial evidence to support that. He's keen to know what other people think of him, so he asked one of the police officers
but you must feel something towards me after the things that I've done. What do you think of me?
This is Detective Officer Gwyn's office, interviewing the Reverend David Owen on December the 23rd, 1984, at 1500 hours precisely. Reverend Owen, I'm glad to get you that there. There's nobody to talk to about it. We'll be inviting you to make a written statement at a later stage. But now I would like to clear out a few details regarding the body and a little more detail about how everything came about to happen.
Quite simple, really. Something came up. I only wish I'd done something about it at the time. I was just thinking after you left me last night. The whole thing was like a nightmare. I feel as though it's been a bad dream. It must have thought to me something like the devil after finding out what I'd done.
It's not for me to comment. I'm only doing a job of work here.
You must have feelings about me after finding out. What do you think of me?
Well, you're either a very fit man or you're a monster.
And it was a young man who was religious. He was gay, and well, you can imagine at that time and place he felt tremendous guilt. He was bullied and basically sexually abused at the quarry. He was refused national service because, dreadful quote, he didn't have the body of a man. So what was the man West Amish to do? He joined the ministry.
Fi'n gweithio am bron i 10 mlynedd yn y carreg, ac yna i'r maws yn dod i ddrigolion y dre, gyda nhw droi i gefn ar y lle, a nid yn weinidog. Mae hi goleg bach baratoi ar gyfer y weinidogau, coleg twydd yn y bil, ac yna am 2 blynedd, bu'n coleg ddiwinyddol ac yr ysbryd. I remember one of his colleagues telling me, somebody who works in the department, telling me he had a shock of his life when he heard Henry was going to be a minister.
I'll do what I can for 30 months. Here I'll be safe for everyone. Again, there is some catchy interview to get. No, this is not the country. It was a wonder, you know, something to get.
Thank you so much. If you want to, it's good for that. You know, if you want to, it's going to go. I don't know. All the English words say only in there. Although you do not, the people are here fighting from the area. Or Madame, or the power of Candelo, he wanted to get through, but the NATO, to get through the other.
You know, that human beings just want to kill by trying to compensate for this. When it's possible that this guilt would have served motivation for Emmett to pursue his religious interest, to give him a structure to understand things of. And it's also possible on top of that, that religion may have given him a way of assuaging that guilt, a way of making up or compensating for what he perceived to be his sin, his sexuality.
I was lucky enough to gain scholarship for study for the ministry in California. And one of the things that I came to understand when I was in seminary was that there were many, certainly amongst the Roman Catholics, there were many people candidating for the ministry of studying theology who were gay men. And over a few glasses of wine, you might talk, and sometimes you come to an understanding that actually their own motivation for going into the priesthood was twofold. One, that they could hide behind the priesthood, because people don't imagine priests sexually. And the other one, that in that funny psychosexual confusion that we have in our brain, if they became a priest, it would put them all right with God, even though they were a homosexual.
But in our time, the opinion we got, I have already had a couple of things. It's one of the most social media, and it's all
called Sanctuary and Sweden Groys. And he was very popular and an excellent preacher. He had the gift of the gab. He was from New York and he had that kind of proper, lovely Welsh, unusual to us again. That was, his accent was unusual. Everything was unusual about him. A young minister and also outgoing and gregarious and used to enjoy being with youngsters um, around town on a Saturday night, which I don't think many ministers anywhere in Wales would have been doing that in 1952 or 53.
They all said, everybody that I talked to said that he was a very, very good preacher, that he had a way with words, and very good with members of the congregation as well. If anybody was ill, he was always there to talk to them and went out visiting his members.
After 4 years, his left going to Groyd, he found the rural area and stimulated in his words, and he obtained a ministry in Coventry. We don't know much about Emmett's personal life from his time in Coventry. The few things that we do know, he was arrested for tuning outside a public toilet and fined £5. And there was also an incident in the cinema when he was spoken to by police, but no charges were laid. The other thing we know comes from Dr. James Higgins' psychiatric report.
So this report by Dr. James Higgins, and this is what he had to say about Edward's time in Coventry. Only when he got to Coventry did he actively express his homosexual interest. Interest which was not homosexual individuals, but much more narrower preoccupation with piercing. As a result of his interest in photography, he would take photographs of the genitals of himself and other men. He also developed single masochistic interest. He became preoccupied with suffering and collected books on this topic and embellished photographs he had taken or photographs he had cut from magazines with images of flagellation, physical cruelty, and bondage.
So at this time, the parallels between Emmett's public life and private life were just getting further and further apart. Emmett got a new ministry in Liverpool, and not just the new ministry, it was considered the ministry at Princess Road in Liverpool, and this was a huge boost for Emmett's career.
The church in Princess Road was a tremendous church in every way. It was built in 1865. It was built to be the largest non-conformist church in the whole of Liverpool.
So at this time in his life, his career was flying, his congregation loved him. And at home, in his private life, what was important, it was love and life.
Liverpool in 1968. And of course, my near neighbor in Liverpool, South Liverpool, was Abbey Road. And I had come to Heathfield Road, Presbyterian Church of Wales, 3 miles up the road, near Penny Lane. So we were now neighbors. Abbey Road was an intellectual, he was a great preacher. And the elders of that church must have gone for him, not because of his intellect, but because of his preaching prowess.
By all accounts, his congregation in Liverpool loved him. He was kind, he looked after his congregation, caring. Nobody had a bad word to say about him. His private life, I did some research, but there was nothing really I could find. The only thing I did find was a report from the Liverpool Echo that his future partner, Leslie Ashley, had been beaten up in the street, and although it's a very plain court report, I think we can infer from the way it's written that we're looking at gay bashing there.
train to the nearest large town. There's a very famous cruising area along the Mersey Promenade, the Otterspool Promenade. One had to be very, very careful that you weren't actually arrested for importuning, for actually approaching somebody who you thought might be interested. You could find yourself having a complaint made against you, and you could be sent to prison or fined heavily. And it was very unsatisfying because it was very fleeting. It was sometimes things in public toilet because in those days where did homosexual people meet? There were no places for people to meet. She went there, yes, possibility was lifetime casual sex, but there was possibility you get picked up by the police because it could be policing. Gay bashing used to go in phases. You had periods when people went out to meet other gay men. They would go to these cruising areas. There was a very strong possibility that she was beaten up by a gang. I think their lives were a very sad reflection of a society that needed to keep some sense of order around sexual behavior that actually which was really quite messy. But the order was good. Celibacy is the fidelity of marriage, and that's what keeps society together. Of course, we know that that's not true. And for many heterosexual people, they found themselves able to drift in that without too many problems, but homosexual people kept it under wraps. And probably, as compared with my life, with many miserable lives, a society gets the homosexual it deserves. And when a society is very repressive, then the homosexual people that emerge from a very repressive society are very repressed people, and they do things in the shadows, and their behavior is secretive, and they themselves become people who live duplicit lives because they have to, and society looks at those people now, and if they're homosexuals, they're not nice people, and they tend to be criminals, or they tend to be immoral, and society has created that.
Hello? Hello? Who is that?
In October 1988,
So you from your
every Tuesday night when I was out, the phone would ring in our house. My wife would answer the phone, and there'd be someone breathing down the phone. Whenever there was a meeting on Christmas Day, and I would be home then on a Tuesday night, there'd be no phone call. So this went on from October to the New Year. So I was getting concerned. As elder, I had a judge. So I told him, he said, leave it to me, I'll have a word with the police. So at the end of June, the police came through and said, we caught him. I said, would you tell me who he is? No. Because you would be very, very upset. Do I know him? Yes. Now, makes me think who he was. I can't put the blame on anybody. But that was a very disturbing event. And that went on for 6 months.
time in Liverpool was still this double life. His career was still going fantastic, but it was playing the play. Right now, it wasn't just Paul. Started to turn a corner. That becomes into nasty stuff. He needs to less than people. But one positive that did happen at Liverpool, of course, is as the this.
Ever Owen was very close friend to males. Leslie was a court flag in Liverpool, and an organist by the name of Emrys. Ever Owen spent much of his leisure time in their company, and one would say that they were at peace.
All of them spent who Emrys was Welsh because he mixed with the Welsh community. Liverpool fans and Leslie didn't speak Welsh. So we knew who he was because he mixed in the same circles.
He had one great friend who was a member of the Wesleyan Methodist Church in Liverpool, Emrys. Emrys was everything to him, but he used to come along with him to the exhibits. You would see them on occasions like that, on a concert or something. They would be invited then after the lecture to the chapel house or to a house of some member for a meal. You know, he was and I think he was a great asset. He was a very good organist, played for the Welsh Church in Central Hall in Greenwich Street, Liverpool. But he was a nice lad, very caring. He didn't say anything to anyone, but you just saw them together. And it was after his imprisonment that we knew for certain that they were more than just friends. I had a rumor from the Free Church Council that David Owen is struggling with his homosexual activities. The police have been in touch with the Free Church Council leaders, and that they've come to an agreement saying, well, you either got to make sure that he goes from here, or we're going to prosecute him.
So, and it was asked to move on, and the ministry was going for him in Gaelic, which I guess people thought had less temptation, and now that they were now a couple, or I guess as recent, Emrys and Leslie went with him.
Sabi byw yn y man symud gyfer, roedd ein hynny wedi dweud un ag o, oedd yn bleidiadau chi'n cofi eiddio. Roedd ein hynny wedi bod yn ffitwr, ac i ddweud a yw'r ag ymarfer lectw, bydd atwn fyny chi aros yn y man symud gyfer.
Anybody who had that tendency, where, well, they were really deceived. And we had a terrible time. And I, really regret attitudes of people like myself in this case.
So nid oedd o fe diolch, i gywyn yn 1996, ac yno, yn y sy'n o ddatblygu yn y cael da hi o fel, ond Nicholas Gymraeg beth dawn y dre, oedd y mam Nicholas. Am nid oedd o'i gywyn, gyda'r fydd oedd rhaid ffeindio Lerpwl symud efo fo. A maes o law, i brynodd y tri o ddyn nhw'n ffeindio, a tri magic hebni, 9 meithron clos. Mae'r tŷ ar stad brifat ar gyrion y dre, o mewn cafiad carag i'r môr. Ond y tywyd ddim yn gyfod ar ddau tri, a doedd dim amdani felly ond codi pan a gadael yr ardal.
No men, gay people at the time, because they lived in fear. And, three men living together, it was unheard of.
I brynodd y tri dyn y diwedd yn Caernarfon, roedden ni'n rywed I lot ei hun yn o astudy, a gwneud trwy'n llawer ei amser yno.
At the college, I was a sergeant in Carnarvon, and go to Carnarvon in 1982, excluded. Our next door neighbours, and three gentlemen living together. One, Ever Owen, was a minister. Emrys, he was retired. He was a big chap of bonus. And the other one was an Englishman. normal lives on the surface, I think. But and then there's something funny about it. He didn't appear to be the usual minister. He'd be away most of the week, come home at weekends, cutting the lawn, very, very short shorts. Cars back outside, small car. He had a motive and a serpent on the car. It was unusual for a man. But they got no bother at all. He was sociable. And I got nothing to say against either of the teacher. They were good neighbours.
Sadly, they weren't accepted into school. They weren't accepted in Gaelic or Cohen. But in Carnarvon, they seem to have found some semblance of a happy life together. And they said later that these were, in fact, the happiest years of his life. But sadly, they went to that.
It was Christmas, and the member of the hospital who captain was the local police inspector. And he had a phone call in the clubhouse. And the look on his face, disbelieving look on his face, and he kept turning towards me. Then he went back on the phone, turned towards me again. Of course, I asked him what was going on, and he said, I can't tell you, but he asked how it matches response tomorrow. I received a call about before 9 o'clock in the morning from a police contact, and he said, Derek, you've got to get in your car and drive to Tony, because there's a story coming up home this morning, and you're not going to believe it. All I can tell you, he said, is about a chaplain minister on very unusual charges. I remember the clerk saying to us, please treat this very sensitively. It's going to ruin your Christmas in Tony.
He would take home the 7 body parts, where he would experiment with them. Bizarrely enough, this would be done at the breakfast table, in the belief that an erection would be caused. He would inject the penis with boiling water. And these body parts would remain in the house for several days before discarded. Burning one, feeding one to the seagulls, and throwing the third into the sea. I would question his mental condition in acting in such a bizarre way.
At your request, I visited H.M. Romanza to interview the Reverend Elliot Owen on January 24, 1985. I could find no convincing evidence that he suffers from any form of mental disorder within the meaning of that act. In discussing his sexual interest, the Reverend Owen interlarded many religious and mystical themes, principally Leviticus. He taught of the suffering of mankind as a whole, his own emotional suffering, and an interest in suffering per se.
The compulsion he experienced to mutilate the corpses, he said, came from a verse from Leviticus. 3 times shalt thou give unto the Lord flesh from flesh. He was unsure as to the authenticity of this verse and considered that he may well have been some of them. He said that after he had committed these acts of mutilation, he had avenged God and did not repeat.
During the course of the investigation, I had occasion to search and did he always referred to as the manse, and it's been closer to the chapel that he would have taken a corpse home with him.
Understanding the Reverend Owen's psychopathology has been bedeviled by a number of factors. As regards the most abstract, philosophical, and theological aspects of suffering, the Reverend Owen gives a complicated, difficult to follow, and not particularly convincing account, intermingling the faith and suffering of humanity, of Christ, and of himself as a guilty, secretive, lonely, overworked, imposed upon, unhappy, morbidly preoccupied homosexual clergyman. Only if one were to know him over a very long period might one come to understand him, and perhaps one might then still not, as his psychopathology is so dark.
But the tour is done, and the news at 6 came on. And I had a shock. I shouted from one of the other wives when I got up. And there, entering the court of progressing, was a vanilla way. Our next door neighbor, the minister, well, I had a shock. There is another shock after, where the wife brought the meal comes, the sausages and baked beans. And that's the last thing I want to eat. And sausage on the plate. And she spent some time.
Well, I spent Christmas morning 1984 sending a story to all the Christian newspapers, including the Sun, Mirror, the Mail, Express, all used the story. The case of the president generated horror and revulsion in Cohen, exaggerated by ill-informed rumors that spread through the town. Congregations faced hastily revised Christmas services, but reacted more in sorrow than in anger, as they came to terms with the knowledge that their former minister had a bizarre and unsuspected side to his character. The feeling of the population in Tobin was somewhat mixed, particularly the older generation, who were clearly on his side. They were in denial of what he had done. May be called coming out of Tobin Magistrates Court on the occasion of the first hearing when he was remanded. One elderly woman, saying to me in Welsh, snuffling quillico, meaning, have you no shame? Emyr Owen came into the dock, but the charges were not read in court. And afterwards we had a word with the clerks to go, could you tell us what the charges are?
They weren't sure what the charging was. There wasn't an actual offence of cutting body parts. So I think that they decided on triple damage to a body. Dwi'n credu bod hi'n gywir i dweud, does na ddim achos o'r math o'r wedi bod ger bron sydd o'n Prydain erioed. Ac wrth gwrs, doedd na ddim cansail cyfreithiol i'w dilyn. Ac oherwydd hynny, wrth gwrs, o' na gwestiynau sylfaenol fel, does na berchnogaeth mewn corff manw, os oes pwy piano.
It's really difficult to actually identify any charges at all that relate to things that he did to the bodies, as opposed to, of course, the letter as well, which is a different matter. So what we see when we go through the different documentation is that there was three iterations of charges that the police were in the flash bring. The first related to criminal damage, and the problem with that is that criminal damage depends on there being property, and there's no property in a body. So while when someone dies, there'll be an executor who has duties in relation to the body. They don't actually own the body, they're just legally obliged to dispose of it in a particular way. After that, they then went to this idea of obstructing public decency. That isn't an offence, but there is an offence about raising public decency, and I presume that that's what they were intending. The problem with using outraging public decency is that the offence really doesn't hinge on the idea of publicness. It's central to the offence. And Owen's offences, one can assume that they were carried out in a private place, perhaps a morgue or a chapel, but they weren't ever likely to be witnessed by someone else. The public decency, it has to be able to be witnessed by at least two people. So what
on. And at that point, I was pleaded guilty, and therefore there was no trial to find out what exactly this offence consisted of.
When the case came to court, the prosecution made a point of not putting a date to any of the charges, so that obviously the victims could be identified.
I was proud of the local journals that I did not release any information on the bodies, who they were. I didn't release the times, the names, or anything. That was after a meeting with the clerk to the magistrate. And his words were, we have a duty to protect the public. And I agreed with him.
At the time, the police decided not to tell any families which bodies had been mutilated. I think personally that would have been a mistake. Quite a lot of families from Tony were left in limbo, not knowing if their dearest one was one of the victims.
I remember when Mr. Paul married me and my wife in 1981. He also married my father. This was at the moment of his service. Was away for a time, so we never heard anything from the police that my father's body was one of the bodies that had been disappeared. So I assume therefore that no news was good news, and so I'm dealing with that had happened to my father's body.
There were families who had been married by their own. There were families who had children who had been baptized by their own. And it hurt. And they obviously wanted to do something about it. And they wanted to wipe them clean of their history. And that's what happened. They organized a new minister. They organized the children to be baptized again. And I did.
A senior psychiatrist told the court there was no mental illness or disorder, but the minister had great guilt about his homosexuality and a conflict of belief could have led to his bizarre behaviour. Emir Rowe spent Christmas in a remand centre, would spend Easter in jail.
The Presbyterian or Presbyterian Five was called up to Lancaster on a regular basis to represent the church, but for others to understand that the church was not abandoning it. But I, as a Welsh Lutheran chapter, was maybe able to offer something to them that more than the Lutheran chapter in Lancaster was not the Welsh people to offer. And I was speaking with my brother, who was a doctor, and saying, I don't think the church should be here. My first visit with Edward was probably interesting at the trial, that the person that I met in prison was a very shriveled up, diminished character. I think he was totally cowed by the whole process of the trial and the awful press coverage in the tabloid press in the whole of the United Kingdom. They some pretty dreadful stories about what happened.
I have this medical report from 1984 from William Nelson, who was the senior medical officer at the remand. In prison months would not, in my opinion, serve any useful purpose. He is in great doubt as to whether he will ever be forgiven. His life is certainly ruined in that not only has his living gone, but his reputation as well. It is not as if he would not serve prison sentence, but I do not think that any capital punishment will ever inflict such emotional pain as the spiritual ordeal which he has undergone, and is still undergoing for the protection of his offences. I feel that Owen's guilt can only be relieved when his eventual peace of mind is restored by prayer, and his belief in the power of prayer.
I think he recited the Lord's Prayer on his birthday. That's all.
wanted to do Welsh. There's something about being able to speak in these other terms that has come to say,
I think it's dreadful, dreadful that a man was sent to prison who was held by that. He should have been given some treatment, some compassion. There was no need for a prison.
A few weeks following Evan Owen's sentence, his friend Leslie was found dead in Carmarthen toilet.
Leslie, the English citizen, he died suddenly in the toilet in Carmarthen. Unfortunately, he died. It was purely a heart attack. There wasn't like any undue purposes. We had to go and break the news down to everyone. I went in the point. He talked to me and said, oh, I was very, very upset, very upset. Actually, it was rather difficult. It was very nice. But what happened so soon after Edgar, I don't know if I've had any consequences on my health, but essentially I don't.
So after a year and 4 months, Emmett was released from prison, and he was there to meet him, of course, the Emmett. I think he was so lucky to have Emmett in his life. He stuck with him, he met him from prison, and when Emmett was released, they moved in together and stayed with each other for the rest of their lives. And really, it's the one positive, shining bit of love in this sad, sad tale.
You think that at this place, it's prison for doing the stuff that he did, trying to keep some sort of himself coming out. But not ended. But then there's not. So I can't tell you.
Eto hyn o'r esbrydeg, hanes a swyddus a thrist un dyn, ond dau ysgolus. Emyr dda ac emyr ddyn.
It began quite by chance. I was filming in Dolgellau in 1992. Gwyn Roberts spotted me. We worked together in the past in our respective roles as policeman and journalist. Gwyn came over and with Lord, for example, he asked me, point man, why don't you make a program about the Reverend Emyr Owen? Started filming the sequence of Emyr Owen taking his rap start recovery but vicious Pinky Bell. Emyr Owen certainly wasn't tall. In fact, he apparently always wore human heels to try and enhance his height. And behind the boy, the tea, digon bell o dywyn hefyd o byw efo'i gyd a'i galad a'i gyfaill efnys. Sgrifiodd Emyr Owen, y flwyddyn a gafodd o gydol i brifdogau, a'n dyn gydau'r llwyol. Emyr Owen made no secret of the fact that he was gay. And quite unbelievably, he told me on camera that it was his feelings of guilt about his sexuality that had led him to commit these incredible offenses. Well, Ty's life, he did all of that. I'm not looking for that too. My Ty's life, oh no, I played, yeah. Well, now, it's definitely a Ty's life. I had extremely that as well. I mean, the way I know, Brad, and what I know, the old back and the spot, they lost their
The idea that the male sex organ is the source of sin does have its roots in Christian theology. There's no doubt about that. The idea that it must be removed is a step well away from that.
What you said in the interview you had with both views doesn't stand up to any biblical testimony. I mean, that was just a weird theory of his that you go to heaven without your sexual penis, and so that is not true at all.
I think that at one level he's trying to make excuses for himself, that he can't escape this all-powerful and overpowering force that is his sexuality. Perhaps he couldn't, but that's maybe his tragedy.
My sense about that interview was that it was filmed through a homophobic lens. There was an underlying assumption throughout that day that homosexuality was bad, that homosexual people were bad, that homosexuality was wrong. But it would somehow explain and justify to the public what he's done. It's none of those things, of course.
And they felt that the male sexual organ was the cause of his trouble, it was what would stop him, and people ascending to heaven. This isn't an uncommon belief. It's been held by various groups of people in the century. The biggest group Fancies, and they believe that Jesus himself was castrated, and that it was the road to purity, the road to heaven. They call themselves white doves. And as recently as the 1990s, there were long claims of Scots being living in Latvia. At one time, there were as many as hundreds of thousands of them that sadly and inevitably, I guess, they did die out. There have been many, many cases of people mutilating themselves, and they cite back in 1912
from the King James Bible. But there are some units which were also from them of the room. Is er bij een gemeente aan het begin? Ook groot zijn naam. Als wij een gede, dan hij kan doen jan, en een gede. Als wij een gede, dan pas hij hier en een gede. Er moet je met en even die hout in der bring. En dan je. It's not common to say evidence within the scientific literature, within the medical literature, where genital self-mutilation has been recorded. Very religious men come to understand themselves as homosexual, and that their homosexuality is so unacceptable to them that the focus of their anxiety and fear and self-disgust gets focused on the genitals because it's the genitals that behave in a way that they don't want them to behave. I can well see how the process of transference can lead somebody away from mutilating their own gender to mutilating the gender of the next one. One is able to release that anxiety and self-disgust in a way that, whilst is abhorrent, isn't actually doing harm. Although it's doing different kinds of harm, of course, because it's harming the relatives and so on. So dat tenía sentido, donde la obra pero Marcel, or the week. 7th Leroy died at Spendon Bay Hall on the 25th of January 2001 at the age of 78 years. Why did he do what he did? Never really knows, unfortunately. I'm not sure I think I can say. I understand what I'm saying about that. All the homophobia against it, all the pressures of society at that time against somebody that was this, I get that, but almost again people, oh, do this. See, comes to mind. Now, as queer, as folk, if he'd been treated with kindness and understood more, everything would have been so different for him. I think we can charge the Wales in which Edith grew up with not having the means to help somebody who was deeply troubled. There's that role for society that claims to be deeply Christian,
tragically Emir, an Emir which lived in darkness without the gospel light. I think he must have what I would call a lot of evil.
Exactly. I mean, it's one of the things that I would like people to go away thinking about is that whilst what Emir Owen did is unexcusable and is despicable, if we allow ourselves to think that that was the work of the devil, the work of a bad man, we avoid thinking about what kind of society are we that a man like Emir emerges from.
Cioè, si casaio si sente, sarebbero USA, avrebbero tipo, e chiamano. Vai per pure, cioè, stavo di notte, che chilometri è.
Bro, after beach back with your family in. Getting the kids off screen, family in. Sunday morning try out, family in. Don't we have a sleepover? Family in. Long day, family in. Generally, all new Skoda Kodiaq are ultimate family and SUV. Oh, come on, Mom. Please my touch case for Kelly Lane case. He's like Noah. She's a murderer. Well, you're a surrender and baby killer.
Lady Tegan was never seen again. Told a single solitary person in her life. There is only really one person who knew what happened. That's Kelly Lane.
Dead sure, 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Lots of things can go wrong, which is cool. So we're at the very beginning. Something like yesterday, but around. You are about to receive a phone call from an inmate at the Stillwater Women's Correctional Center. Your conversation will be recorded and may be monitored. If you do not wish to receive this call, please hang up now. Go ahead, please. Hello, Carl. Hi, Kelly. How are you? I'm well. Thanks for calling. Thank you.
Hi family, hi folks. Okay, I've not zoomed in yet. Show you where I'm from. There's trees. There's the trees of consciousness circle or the crack, I believe it is. There's there. It's visible light. See the red light for something. That's what it is. Something. Anyway, Alexa, what date is it?
Today is Saturday, the 3rd of August.
And Alexa, what time is it?
It's 11:32 p.m.
Okay, it's very faint in the skyline. I'm just seeing one where it's normal precision, where that building is, where this building is, there's one above it. Very faint. One there, one go back. This is very brief. You see, hi family. Actually, no way there. You can't see the top of the crack. And each time I see it, I do believe there's a crack. And there's other instances. The last couple of places where I've actually been filming lights on a crack and not realised that it's obviously close to itself. But there you go. I'm going to normally talk to now. My family. So it's not very clear. Can't see any other consciousness level or crack. That's a tiny one. You won't pick up on camera. I'll soon see my touch the cat. And you can see the light above it. Okay, what's the creature stating? Do not they are crafts all around planet Earth. That's it on this making for that. In every country, ocean lines, the use on land, etc. Okay? And they are mainly the creators, the good guys, so to speak. I think most of them are the good guys now. That's linked to the creators, I should say. I shouldn't say all creators. Shouldn't have to say something simplistic. Maybe another time going through, I think I've gone through this already, or why they cross around the earth and it shows what's happening on earth right now. The shit show what's happening in the UK and around other countries where the creature beasts will show you creature beasts. Okay. They are creature beasts. Flat number 3 to those. Flat number 2. Creature beasts is called. Anyway, yeah, they are. Yeah, the word back to creature beasts. That's number 3, which is actually a portal. Like slaves with people can have portals, and it's coming out. What I've seen so far out of their chest area where the heart chakra resides in the human body. Remember I told you about the dog at New Jersey. She had portals and I've come straight to someone and they're trying to sort of see if it would work on me, but that means you're speaking to the other creature beast, which would be entities going from her chakra mist or black fast moving clouds, whatever, going through very directly into the chest area of whoever she was talking to, whoever she talks to. Okay. Has this talking program gone on? I've seen portals on quite a few of the creatures. When they've tried to interact with me, with the dog at 130 where I used to live, the entities I keep saying is that it's not me that's making them scared, because I'm like, so it could happen here all night. Right? And the best I could explain the direction it's coming from, it looks like it's coming from town, from Derby Town Centre, and heading, I don't know where that's, I don't know where it is, heading towards more into Derby Abbey, so it goes past the stuff. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, the portal, the entity that comes after, literally any interaction, any living being, it seems to trigger a reaction from these entities. That's so funny, okay? And because as she walked in the door, the kitchen door, the block where I used to live, and I was coming down the stairs, I actually saw an entity sort of stop and sort of directly made a beeline for the flat roof flat on the ground floor, won't go near my end of the field at all. It stopped, you know, that's what I'm making. But, I didn't want to say this originally. The things that I want to say, things that I don't want to say, because I don't want people coming to me. I like people and I don't like people. Not in the creature way where they hate humanity. But, you know, I am tired now. Anyway, I can't be arsed with the drama. Yeah, so, and the other creatures I've noticed have also got entities. If they're in a group, I've seen one entity, especially if one of them laughs or makes an energetic gesture or just something, an entity from one I've seen, interested to talk about people at number 3, people, creatures number 3, go in to the energy of the person that was laughing. That's into energy field. So from one creature beast into 2 different entities, literally like black shadowed clouds. So you see it in horror films, and it's like a mist never flows, so there's a figure that comes out, like smoke, like that. I have to explain it, because I'm not prophecy, like crap at the moment. It's the same crap with prophecy. Anyway, yeah. So there's portals on people, right? Don't be scared of these fuckers. That's what they want. They need you to be scared. Don't be scared. We are protected by beings that are more powerful than they are. We are more powerful than what they are. Lift off our fear, of our anxiety. And another part of portals is that they can affect places. Enough places, enough like buildings, either it's a school, or it's a flat, or it's a house, or it's an area. It could be a whole area of the world that's got enough negative energy and they're creature beasts and they're drawing their entities in and there's stagnant in that area that could attract portals to. And a portal, how I would see it, how I understand it, is like an. I told you it was something like that. Yeah, and even so, I don't know, literally thinking, okay, see if I can do that. Or there may be actually a lion, not coming, or the flying upwards, or sometimes they're flying upwards. Okay. So, as it, an area is condensed in the evil, and I mean evil, okay? It can affect the atmosphere, the energetic frequency of that place. So with the planet number 3, okay, with the practice, it's also like a black tunnel, a black the sun starts being really funny and doing hello, and it blocks the sun. Tell you how dark it is, how I see it. They block the sunlight, the light around them. They're not part of Earth's energetic frequency. And the flats or the houses or the buildings where most these evil creatures congregate, and I don't just mean creature beasts, but just where negativity and evil has happened, and it's been concentrated and worked on over a long period of time. Okay, so so that's what I mean. So flat number 3. Okay, and I've also seen it when I lived in Rye, at a few other flats. There's supposed to be like a portal doorway leading from one flat to another, sort of like a hallway, if you'd like, of blackness leading from one flat to another. That's correct. I don't know if a normal human was to go and move into one of these flats, if that would still be the same. Because I believe it's entities, it's just entities, that energy, what exists in these dark energetic portals is not part of Earth. So the blackness, the corridors, or whatever you like to, I'm trying to think of that word, I can't remember now, explain it, that exists, it's always there, okay? So even if the creature beasts are not there, I've seen that in flat number 3, it's always darkness around this flat. The entrance, it's not even the entrance, even before the entrance, it's like a corridor. And when I lived in Rye, I saw it on 2 flats, excuse me, seen it in 2 flats, this corridor of darkness from linking one flat to another flat. And I don't know if a normal person was to move in, if that would change. If just your energy, just you being there would change. I think you'd be put off. I don't know. It's interesting. In 2 years. Anyway, got what's been saying so much before. Yeah, so there's the crafts that are around Earth are mainly linked to the Creator. That's crafts that you see above. And I was going to go on about how religion was created and why we pray. If you put the praying from most religions, they get people to bend down and to cover their chest area, that where the heart's located, either with their arms in prayer or normally in prayer position, isn't it? Why would you do that? That's your link to your creator, that is your heart chakra. Why would you cover that? And that's the symbolic things that they brought in. And that you have to bow your head. You don't have to bow your head. Our faces are not that fragile or egotistical that you have to worship them. Another phrase I keep hearing, but it's mainly an American, I should say, control. God-fearing. Okay, the only creatures that fear God, and these are people that mention God, that praise God-fearing, as in the one God-fearing person that believes in the Jesus Bible and goes to church and follows the principles. This is what I think they believe, the saying. And they always say the phrase God-fearing. Think what that means. Why would you fear the God? And I know someone's got to explain this, so that follow the teachings of the Lord is not to step out of those teachings. You don't have to fear. Why is the book fearing to it? Like it's saying religions have been created by man. Either somebody having a connection or somebody saying, I've spoken to the Lord and he said this and I've written it all down and blah blah blah. Okay. Nothing I'm going to say, especially what's happening in the UK, and I've said this previously and months before, and I keep saying it. Sometimes I say a little sentence and just leave it and not say anything more. Okay. Should I say that? I'm going to go into a lecture to start saying about racism. But I know this Lee, did speak about him before, okay? Went to school with him, and I've even spoke about it before. I saw the emphasis on him, before I knew he was part of the beating program. But I was surprised that it didn't have any emphasis on him. Because how many fucking posts he has about Asian people and how he knocks the immigrants and not realising that the news it wasn't about my crap. All this nonsense, it's like, yeah, okay. But he likes Jamaican music, he likes Jamaican food, music, etc., etc. The fucking irony is that there's no self-awareness whatsoever. In a way, talking about the community, it's like our culture, but it's fucking bigger than another person's culture. Anyway, yeah. So I told you, priest, I know, family, shocking, isn't it? It's shocking. Okay, if you're going to be fucking British and proud of your nationality, eat your own fucking food. Was it anger and mash? I don't know if English, don't inform me, I don't really care. Is it egg and chips? Is it a Sunday dinner? I think it's Sunday. Sunday dinner nice. Yeah. Bit of what I think is a bit housework. Family. Anyway, yeah, so, and I've said previously, your actions will attract whatever. You may think you're causing mayhem and misery to Muslims, etc. around the world, or you're sending a message. One, you're being used by people more fucking high up than you, and entities that are more feeding off your anger and hatred than you will ever know. Okay? So, how all that, what's been happening last few days in the UK, has been orchestrated quite very quickly. Amazing, isn't it? You think there was an organisation telling them to congregate at certain locations around the UK with a group of white males, usually some females as well, together in a short period of time. What is the kind of an organisation that loves you? White males have to be pushed into a different area from where they come from, so they won't be able to follow their local people to overcross. It's the biggest. Hi, family. It's so close, isn't it? So it's time we can see their faces or see the bodies. This is the sweat. Flying foot, not flying stuff. You know, it's like down back. Yeah, so why would you? Yeah, a large creature communicate on camera. Amazing how active it gets on there. There it is. Got that boat. There it is. Good. Closer. Yeah. Okay. W2. I've got to go to the optician soon. Tell you what, I'm home. And I forget that. And the ball ringing. Okay, so that's the family. Well, what? You get a koi and a large group of white male. What organisation? Anyway, I really don't know. I think we all do. Depends who you are. Yeah, we push things from different areas. Organisation. What's the time of? Anyway, yeah. Yes, I told you about this Lee. I could say your name because it's all over. They tried to set me off. Like I say, these creatures are sexual deviants. All it is sexual deviance with this Lee person I went to school with. Spoke to Merrill. And he posts loads of things about Asian this, Asian that, immigrants, boat people, blah blah blah. But he likes West Indian culture and food and the music, etc. And I told her, and I even said months ago, as a sort of like hint to him and to other races I've seen, that you will attract the entities to you. It's hate. You've been played by so many different fucking entities and people that you don't even realise it. Okay? And I said last time I was on here that he's got entities attached to him. That's quite funny. This time last year he didn't, or not so many. That's quite funny. Now is being used on purpose. So they will get other creatures to big up his ego, to like his pose. Go and say, oh yeah, it's great what you're saying there. Oh, that was a fantastic pose. And you said about this peas and covering their heads. And yeah, I won't shop there either. Yeah, I'm coming over here with sex up businesses. I won't shop there either. And, anybody that interacts, and I keep saying this, anybody that's got an entity attachment, if you're on the same wavelength as them, your energy will link to them. They will link their energy to you. Or more than likely, if you're a fan of theirs, if you really, really like them, you will be automatically sort of open yourself up to the energy of that person. Okay, and it's not the only one on Facebook, like I said, that's got entities attached to them. When I say entities, I mean demons. They're even admitted it themselves. So we've got demons now attached to him, and he has been set up by Beastmasters, by him and others, to behave and act in a certain way, and just to prove his ego, so he carries it on, spouting racist shit. He will never get rid of those entities. When he dies, he won't go to hell. So he won't go to heaven. There's no such thing as hell. It's worse than hell. Worse than heaven is nothing to what we've been described. They've lessened it to what heaven really is. It's bliss. Okay? But I'll go back to that in another time. And hell is a lot worse than what these research types say to. When I say insectoid, I really do mean insectoid. When I say grace, I really do mean grace. When I say human-like, there's so many different entities that will attach themselves to a human being that have a negative, lower vibrational frequency about them, and that's what attached to you because you match their vibration. And they will feed you such at the beginning, so what's now is going to big up and it's going to blah blah blah. And I've noticed with all the creatures, I'm still talking too fast, I want to stop now. Anyway, because at the beginning, all the creatures will big themselves up. They'll be like a kid in a candy store, okay? Give it a year, 6 months, depending on whatever entities attached to them, you're going to see them change, or how they look now is going to be completely different to how they look a year from now. So give it average about a year from now. Completely different. Their energy, their vibrancy, with all facials and having their hair done and having manicures, etc., etc. Whiteness is just as different to how they look in a year's time, 2 years' time, etc., etc. Anyway, so this person, they've got anything happening. And I said it as a preempt warning. But because people were feeding his ego and can I have your advice on this, Lee? Can I have your advice on that? And, oh, what do you think of this? And, great one, Lee, great post. And that's what we do. They need, all they are is very shallow. The human beings involved in this, human beings in inverted commas, have got very shallow ego, eccentric ways. Okay? Because they have no heart chakra, literally they can't feel, they don't feel. They get their doors from people praising them, for getting likes, for being admired. We're human beings, and they get a buzz from other people, interaction with other people. Okay, where some humans can just like, we can be pottering around, doing our own thing, and be quite content in our own little world. Or if you've got a hobby, taking part in your hobby, and you're quite intent in doing that hobby, whether it's train spotting or knitting or gardening or looking after your pets or going for walks or whatever. Okay? That contentment of being by yourself and doing something that you love, that makes your heart joyful. I feel contented. The creeps, which I've always noticed. If you've noticed in my posts where they go nigger this, nigger that, and nobody likes you, and go out with Lee, and he likes you, even though you're pretty lover. So I'm not saying that word again. Yeah, or he doesn't mind that you've got Pakistani grandchildren, and blah blah blah. Or you didn't know that you have Pakistani or Indian loving, and he still doesn't mind. Or go out with Nigel, and you know. The one that likes to break infants. When I say infants, I'm talking about, this is an uncommon police officer by the way, that's following me, another one fucking down. That's like infants. When I say infants, I do mean 3 months, 4 months old. That's so family. And the other creatures outed in when they actually said, oh, we've got demons, we reckon the demons were saving, protecting from my family, what you can see now, from the US areas. That's it out of themselves. Okay, but we spoke before about having empathy attachment. Yeah, so Lee's got an attachment. Like, we'll have it forever. When he dies, he won't go to its worst. Because our consciousness never dies. Even the creature beasts, no matter how bad they are on Earth, they'll just attract that energy to them. And when they die, whatever entity has got the strongest hold on them, that's the energetic frequency it's going to go to. Okay? And their consciousness, our consciousness, when we die, is still the same as when we lie. We still sort of like personality traits, etc., etc., how we are as people, our main sort of general character and personality stays the same. But we let go of all the bollocks, bullshit, and the space symbols of life because it's not important. You will be united with your family or be tortured by whatever entity has got hold of your energetic field until your energy ceases to exist. And that ceases to exist only happens with people that have linked their energy to parasitic evil entities, insectoids, brains, actual demons, all sorts, and everything in between, like the thousands of negative entities. That's so funny. Okay? And your energy was trapped. So we've got that now, and I just wanted to make that point, and I got it, unless he says something else regarding my grandchildren or family, then I'll fucking come at him again. But yeah, and I tried to drop a hint, because I know there's people in my Facebook group that, you know, you guys are all right, because you sort of mingle in, but the others, oh, we don't like them, we can't afford it in the criminal career, and then many votes, and I just think, please, stop, take a breath, calm down, why do you think it's happening? No, don't go on to that racist side or newspapers, these different things. If you must cry, then I do not watch the news, I don't read newspapers, it's the headlines. When I see things, it's sort of the headlines that catch me, and that's what, or sometimes just do the Russia thing, my family will say information regarding Russia, what's going to happen in Russia, and Israel, and I'm in Israel. So obviously, and sort of, yeah, tell me about the increase and this racist incident will increase because they want it to increase. As they say, the powers that be, who are the powers that be? This is our politicians. This is our media, people in the media that's planning all this. nothing ever, especially with a crowd that draw. I've not looked at I don't think there's a big turnout, but there's loads of them, aren't there? In the UK, about 6 or 7 different locations. Is it? And this is how, yeah, I mean, it was quite a lot of petition. And like I say, what organisation can recruit that number of middle-aged mostly with young white males? Okay. And regarding the 3 babies that got murdered, I will call them babies. When I see pictures of black guys or Asian guys or different groups or on Gaza, I still think of babies. You will put this other thing when you get attached to your family. You won't see a difference. You'll, you'll, yeah, it's what to describe. Like people, we've been so customized and desensitized when we see black children or darker skinned children not feeling this. Oh, that's something. But for if we see an animal in pain or somebody who's like, oh, you're dead, how dare you, fucking, okay, when you link with your creator, your feelings will change, okay, now you will literally feel the pain. It might have been your family that was murdered, your children that are suffering, that have been tortured. That's how connected we all are, okay? And I tell you about these creature beasts. These creature beasts are racist as fuck, like Derbyshire adult safeguarding team. Racist as fuck. And they didn't tell us. Don't think the nonsense. And I'm going to go off in a minute, okay? The creature beasts, when I read about the 3 babies, like I say, it's sort of like, oh, what's this? And my heart, my energy literally hurts, okay? And creature beast, what's 24/7, sniggered and started laughing. They like it in that safe family. They like all this that's happening. They love it. It's that correct? It's that figure at the murder of 2 babies. Anybody's a baby to me, man. If you're on the 25, you think, oh, shit, it's starting now. But the word babies weren't. And these creatures sniggered, laughed, because they could read my energy and they knew that there's a point, there's a drop in my energy. And they love all this, love what happened regarding that community, what happened afterwards, and they like the fact that 3 humans were slaughtered. They fucking love it. So when these racists chant, we get these and protect our babies, we're taking the fucking piss. The handlers have told them to say that are taking the fucking piss. Literally are taking the fucking piss. They're mocking humanity. Remember what I said about the higher beings, the creator, having, this is not between us, originally, this is between us, our creators, and the parasites, the insectoids, the grains, etc., etc. And they to take a hold and to mock humanity is one of those things they do. It's just take the piss out of humanity, so this is what's happening. When these racists champions and use the murder of 3 fucking innocent babies as their thing to, one, humans are being murdered. So yeah, that's a big thing. Like with Lucy Letby, how they're going to protect her, they love her for what she's done. Lucy Letby was the nurse who intensive care worked at, the premature unit of hospitals who tortured and murdered babies, okay, infants, okay, prematurely, neonatal ward. I think and they love her. The reason I said it is I've got recordings where I said it. Don't take me. When I say things, if I've got evidence, if I've got things to stand on tape, read papers, or listen to the audio recording. And they will say something about this because creature beasts can't fucking help themselves. You know what I mean? So 2 in 1. So they've caused a racial divide, a moral racial divide, and that energy to go out into Britain. Plus 3 women, beautiful babies have been murdered. So they like fucking wet the pants. They love it. They're handlers, they're beast masters, they love it. I'm going there. So yeah, and I will come back and I will say it. But there's other things I want to say. I think fucking, you know what I mean? If you've got a racist friend or a family member keeps going on about it, don't even try to persuade them to change their mind. It's pointless. Change their point of view. They fucking love it. You will see people that thrive, that are bad-minded, that thrive on misery, that thrive on hate, because that's what they identify. That's the only way they can identify and boost their own ego and sense of self is by hating others. Fuck them. Literally fuck them. If you see me I'm walking in the street and there's something fucking go, yes, it's alright. Ignore them, blank it. Okay? Thank you, folks. That's been wonderful. Thank you, family. Thank you. Don't waste your energy on these people, whether it's a racist, whether it's homophobic, whether it's misogynist, whether it's whatever. Don't waste your energy trying to convert someone into your way of thinking. I'm doing this because this is happening, so I'm doing this. And it's a marvellous fix for people. Absolutely marvellous. It is. Take the piss or fun, but yeah, it's an amazing experience. Another part, another source of information you can use. Listen up. Thank you, family. Thank you. Enough. Bye.